going to wait for a quick check on the live stream to make sure that we're actually going. I honestly expected it to be a bit quicker than this. Just check something. Aha, it is going. It just wasn't letting me know that it was going. Okay, right then. Right. Give me a minute. Just going to send a message out to people to let people know that I am on air. What should we say in this message? And the link. Right. 1 second, people. I'll be right with you. Posting to our Facebook page. And our Twitter, of course. Hashtag game dev. Hashtag UE4. Unreal Engine, maybe. Hashtag ants. Right, okay. So what am I doing here? What are we all doing here? What's the purpose? What is the purpose? The grand purpose in life. Right, so for a while now, we've been quiet on Twitch, and we've been doing a lot of various other stuff, and then we started releasing screenshots of the surface. These were part of a demonstration level made. But today we're going to be putting together a proper level. It won't have all its features in, because a lot of the surface features are still in development, but we can make the frame of the level. We can decorate the level. We can plan the level out. So this should be the first surface level. So what we have here is a blank canvas. We have this new object that is currently actually being updated by Matt, which is the tunnel exit. We have this, which is the surface tile grid. I'll just give you an example of how that works. So I can just change the height values on that. And move those around. Of course, we have... I speed up my movement. We have the underground. Now again, this is a very blank canvas level at the moment. I was playing around putting some bits and bobs in for the underground on this level. This is 2 colonies. So one will be the player colony, the second will be a computer controlled colony. That's just a body of water that will come into play in a bit. As you can tell, it's a beach texture, so we're on the beach. That body of water will be the sea. Okay, I do actually have a vague map plan. I don't know if you can see that very well. But there's a vague plan that we're working to. I'm going to start putting this together. I'm going to start with the underground, because why on earth should we not start with the beginning? Every good Empires of the Undergrowth level starts with a strong underground. So let's get to it. Okay. So what I was doing here was just putting the basic underground stuff in. I know these tile grids just kind of look like they're floating, so I will sort that out now. There's a object called darkness plane. Which is just put in place to cover up these map edges. Maybe we should automate this at some point. Not sure if it's necessary though. It kind of seems like work that doesn't really need to be done, because it only takes a few minutes to do. Let's duplicate that. One on that side. Duplicate that. That. Okay, at the moment this isn't going to do anything. This is the players colony section here, which is going to be a lot more interesting than computers, because the computer doesn't need to do anything underground. It doesn't need to explore anything. It's a computer. So the computer's just going to have a really basic one. I've got an awful OCD trying to... Oh, sod it. Okay. Right. Okay, so we do actually need to give the computer a border as well, because when you attack an enemy colony, you can see inside their underground. That looks fine to me. In fact, we can use just this one to do this one, but we're going to need a new one for the we're going to need a new one for the other side, because it doesn't line up. Because their colony is, they've obviously got a lot less space underground. Obviously. Why do they have less space underground? I mean, they've got plenty. They'll still have plenty of space to build their colony, but they don't need to explore. They don't feel that sense of adventure like humans do. Like humans do. Right. So the plan is we're going to have a tunnel. Right. The plan is for the player to be on the left-hand side here with the map, and the computer will be on the computer player is going to be sort of in the middle bottom, roughly. You'll get it as we go on. But we're going to continue tunneling out some underground here. I never like to put the queen too far away from the underground tunnel. But here's probably good enough. I play around with giving the player a larger beginning area. If I'm going to do that, probably talking roughly that size. Oh, it's too big, isn't it? Yeah, 7's probably right. Okay, we'll have the standard 3 ants to start with, as everyone's become accustomed to. Yeah. So I'll give the player a queen and 3 workers. Should give the computer the same, really. Not 3D models. Blueprints. Creatures. There we go. Give the player a queen. Give the queen some room to lie. Right, I want to get this level functional before I do much else. So 2 colonies. A computer colony won't do anything yet. So I need. I've got a second EOT spawn point. Okay. Okay, so this queen here, no workers here. I don't actually mind that setup. Ooh, sugar. Pressed the wrong button. If you hit the wrong button, instead of saving, you duplicate. Last thing you want to do is duplicate. Where were we? That thing keeps going visible again. Okay, save, not duplicate. The game doesn't like the tiles being duplicated because they're not meant to be generated like that. Okay. Okay. I need another surface tunnel actually for the computer. I'll position them roughly where I intend them to be on the map. Roughly. Roughly central left. Then we need a second one. Not going to worry too much about these objects, because I know they're receiving a change soon. Okay. So there's a couple of things I need to set up. One of them is stupid camera. Oh, is this before I duplicated the player start? Yeah, it is. Should probably name this one spawn point 0, because the player colony is colony 0. Always colony 0. This is underground exit, underground tunnel exit, BP 0. Underground tunnel exit 1. Surface tunnel exit 0. Surface tunnel exit 1. Right. I've almost got the basic setup for a level done. As soon as I do that, I'm going to save it, so it's set up for next time. We need to do one. Okay, so these player starts. This is tile grids. So there's this tile grid here, which is actually tile grid 0. Can I rename these without crashing it? Yes, we're good. Tile grid 1. Okay. So this is player 1. So the queen. Let's also put some workers on, shall we? Save it before I do anything. Okay. Creatures. Okay. So everything here needs to be colony ID 1. Mostly so they don't immediately kill the queen. Mutiny! Mutiny! I remember in one of the very early builds, I think it was the first backers demo build of the backers demo released. There was one chamber that you dug out, and it was a load of black ants with a black ant queen. And because I failed to set them up correctly, immediately all the black ants killed the queen. It's like mutiny. Mutiny! Okay. Right, I haven't actually named the queens. Correct to queen 1. I'll do it from the other side. Okay, so Targrig 1 from correct to queen 1. Colony surface location, none. AI level data. Yeah, I do need to put one in. C++ class. This is actually just an object that holds information for an AI colony. Like places they should be keeping an eye on, that sort of thing. I'm not actually going to do anything with it. Hopefully it won't crash. Because it might. Because there's nothing in it, and it might be expecting something in it. Right. So this is the player. Target 0. Guess it's queen 2. To rename you. Target 0, queen 0. Surface location, doesn't need that. Used by player colony, cool. That one needs to be used by an AI colony. Okay. I'm not going to worry about the enemy AI for now. I just wanted to make sure it was in place before I got too far into the level. Liam's working on the AI as we speak. For the colony. For the colony! There's some sort of bug that's going on where it keeps resetting those. Right, I think there's something I need to set on the underground tile grid. I think it's just what surface location it relates to. I think. Okay, so here's player 1's tile grid. What needs setting? Underground tunnel is 1. Surface tunnel is 1. Swarm spawn point none. That's okay for now. It will need 1 though. 0, 0. Cool. Did I give the player some workers? I don't think I've given the player any workers yet, so I'll do that. Did you see that? Ah, it's that that's doing it. Of course, yeah. Every time I make a change to the tile grid, it resets the queen tunnels. But I've set the tile grid up now, so that should be fine. No, I've set them both up, didn't I? Yeah, I set them both up. Right, stop changing them so we don't have to keep making these queen tunnels again. Okay, I need to give the player 3 workers roughly. Yeah, let's give the player 3 workers. Standard setup. So with the player, I'm actually kind of expecting some errors. When I actually run this, I'm expecting some errors because it's expecting an AI, but the AI is expecting info. But hopefully there won't be crashes, just errors. Okay, so that's saved. So let's run it, see what happens. It's a crash. I haven't set the colony IDs on the spawn points. So that's a built-in crash that's designed to happen when you forgot to set a value, so it doesn't get confused. Building in crashes, yes, we've built in crashes. Checks in the C++ code. Stuff that really should be set, and if you haven't set it, it doesn't like it at all. But all that was is setting the colony ID on the start locations, I believe. But I should totally check the creatures as well. Yeah, that's wrong. That would have caused that. Let me just check that this actually has colony ID 0. Yeah. Colony ID 0. Wrong. Okay. Save. Run. Hey. Okay, you may be wondering, what's going on with the lighting, John? What the hell is this? It's alright. It's just the post-process volume doesn't extend over the area, so we're all fine. This is the post-process volume, and this kind of determines. This kind of determines how a lot of the lighting effects and how things are shown. But obviously, it's not been set up for the 2 colonies. needs to be wide enough to cover the whole area, but it has to cover the whole area that your camera might go. A little bit wider. I think that'll do. Maybe. Looks alright, but it's so big it's difficult to tell. Ooh. Oh look, the terrain's reappeared. I keep getting rid of that. I don't need to see it at the moment, not until we've designed the level. Ooh, not until we've designed the level properly. I've just saved it again without doing anything. Right, the post-process volume should be in the right place now, so we should be able to see. Okay, cool. It's a glorious map. Clearly I need to extend the bottom. I mean the left-hand side one and the top one needs extending. And we need more space between us and the next one because we don't want to be able to dig the enemies there. I mean, we can't dig them, but we certainly don't want to be able to select them. Okay. Cool. So I just need to give us a bit more space in general. Doesn't need that much more. Annoyingly, that's actually not going to be as simple as all that. But it deletes the oh, it seems to work. Cool. Okay. Right. Queen. Now, that's the queen. Put her back. Workers as well. It's 3, 2, 1. It's 4, 5, and 6 then after these three. Cool. What's that? Oh, it's our start location. Okay. Right, it's given us a bit more space in between the two colonies, so we won't be able to see the other colony. We shouldn't be aware that they're physically next to us. Because they're not meant to be. And let's give ourselves a bit more space on the bottom, on the side. The bottom was alright actually. The top needed more though. I think that'll be us okay. I'm just going to move that slightly further left just to make sure it's not... Oh, bottom right. Yeah. Level design takes a while. Ah. Those shiny crystals. Might have to get the tile grid to regenerate, actually, to deal with that. Nearly there. I can actually start the surface stuff. Yeah, we need to get rid of those. Let's just get rid of it. I suspect I can just naff off. Right. So right, the ants aren't moving at the moment, but that'll be because of the nav mesh. If you don't know what the nav mesh is, so there's one here. There's one on the surface as well. But a nav mesh is essentially what the ants used to path around with. If I press P there, you can see there's some green over there and some green down there. That is the nav mesh. That is the area they're allowed to walk. So basically I need to create another nav mesh. Duplicate that one. For the player's colony area. And it has to cover everywhere that the ants might walk. So there we are. That'll do. Okay, that's the ants should be walking around now. I also need to copy some of the level code over from one of the other levels because. So there we are. Ants are going to the queen to pick up eggs. Although it actually looks like they've got stuck. Like they've never arrived at the queen's egg. Oh, he's got an egg. Right, I've got a theory of what's going on. My theory is that this ant is trying to take an egg to the other side. Oh, I've just dropped in through the world. Never mind. This was a problem I had a short while ago, but I solved it. Right, let's come to that. Back in a sec. Right. Okay. I think I think it's just something I forgot to set up. I suspect the tile grids need an ID put in on them. Yeah, or not. See, my suspicion at the moment is that those ants on the left there are trying to take eggs to these tiles here. I'll do this. Let's do this to check. I did fix this. Oh, maybe that's not the case. Right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go into the ant's brain. Right, I did actually make quite a few changes to this recently. Possible I've just forgot something. It's not actually what I intend to do today. So if I can't figure this out really quickly, I'm just going to move on. Move to creature target tolerance. Okay. I've replaced this code in several places with a new check. It still might be that it's trying to go to a place that is unreachable. But either way, I'll leave it for now. I'll return to that because that's not going to be a very interesting thing for me to fix. Or at least not interesting stream-wise. So, at least it's not crashing. 2 colonies roughly exist. Okay, so what... Right, in this level, there's going to be 4 levels. It's going to ramp up 4 times. So if we take a look at the surface now. So at the moment, we just got a flat plane. I actually want I want this tile grid. Hello. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Oyunchudidella. That's my best attempt at pronouncing your name. Right. So the tiles in the X and the Y. I wanted a wider map than a more vertical than vertical. So really, these need to be the other way around. So is it the other way around? All right. I don't think it needs to be quite that big. So let's go with 100. I'll be interested to see what this looks like. Alright, it's not generating the new tiles. Give me a moment. It's enough to say my name. Right, I was kind of expecting the tile grid to regenerate as soon as I did that, but it's a lot of tiles that are being moved there. It's a bit of a delicate operation is editing these levels. No, it's not generating tiles. Guess we'll have to work with what we got for now. We'll reload the level so those numbers are correct, at least. Right, anyway. So what I intend is... Well, this is obviously the edge of the map. So... It's going to take some time, this is. So this side of the map. Issue with this is I'm selecting things that aren't the tile grid. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shove the tile grid outside of the bounds of everything else at the minute. Just drag it right the way out there. Go on. Okay, what's that? Oh, it's a small patch of water. Get rid of that. What's that? That's just light. Okay, here I've got a proper sandbox. Hello! This is quite literally a sandbox. I want these to come... No. I don't want to select anything other than tiles at the minute. So it'll make it more difficult. So, what have we got? Have I got something selected other than tiles? I'm really trying to remove everything from the area other than tiles. It's this we're looking for is the tile layer height, but selecting multiple ones doesn't seem to like it. I'm guessing this is going to take us a while. Considering the sheer size of this surface map. So, right, at the moment we're right at the back of the map. There needs to be... Oh gosh, how do we... Right, so in this map there's the water level, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the unreachable level, which will be 5. So if I do 5, this is going to look really weird. Isn't that interesting? I think today is going to consist of a lot of clicking. Level 5. Right. Bringing the other tiles up to join it. See, the idea is you have that, then here we have a level 4 set. Yeah, Matt's done a really good job of the tile system. So you'll get the idea. But this is going to take a while. You've got a new mechanical keyboard, gaming mouse, and giant gaming pad, so I can watch Twitch better. I wish I had those things so I could program better. Programming is easier with a mechanical keyboard, right? And gaming mouse. At some point I will invest in a mechanical keyboard. I need it in my life. Right, I'm gonna work on the fifth layer, so the very back of the map to start with. This is going to be completely unreachable in this level, so let's not put too much thought into it. This map's too big. Is it too big? Is there such thing as a map that's too big? We're getting somewhere. I'm gonna need to keep saving it. Still early days with this this grid system. Yeah, this system's very flexible. Possibly too flexible. I'm going to need to see if we can get Matt to come up with some level design tools. Stuff like a way of just changing this value up and down with like a big sweeping brush strokes rather than this individual tile selection. It was fine underground, but ooh. Something happened there. Need to keep an eye out for that. For when... For when the tire level disappears from the right. Because when that happens, I can't... Yeah, this tile grid system here is entirely built for Empires of the Undergrowth. I mean, the game works on hex grids, right? This is the above grounds area, but there's also over here is the below ground stuff, and that's on tile grids as well. Yeah, it's C++. Yeah, the back end. This is the... It's a lot of commented out code. We need to do some TLC on the code, I think. Just going through, deleting the stuff that we've commented out. But yeah, C++. Anyway, back to the surface. The one that got away. Get back up to 5. Right, yeah. This is going to take quite some time. Okay, the entire edge of the map needs to either be high and inaccessible or water, I think. Yeah. So we either need the entire edge of the map to be on... It doesn't have to be level 5, as long as it becomes an... No, I think it does have to be level 5. We'll see how far we get. Yeah, ants first. I don't have to get it perfect in the first pass. It'll be a lot easier once I've got the basics set up. So, see, there's like I can drag multiple out over multiple ones, but it doesn't seem to give me the option of... Yeah, it doesn't give me the options for some reason. I'm assuming when I do that, it just assumes they're all actors. Ooh, this might work. This is only showing selected. Ah, this is our problem. This is why that's not working. It's because we're selecting the sky sphere. Right, let's get rid of the sky sphere for now. Then go back to the... Funny. Right, now we should be able to do it in large chunks because I've moved the sky slightly. The sky's over there. There we go. Okay. That's just saved a huge chunk of my day. Oh, that's so much nicer. I have some agua con gas, or fizzy water, for the English speakers. Oh, I'm excited now that I've found out what the issue was. Blooming skybox. Now I can speed up. You know what? These are all on layer 4. Why do I even care? I can just do this. Damn it, I can't click on a gap. I've got to go down to find it. Sometimes. Should I be working from top to bottom or bottom to top? You know what I should do? Is the map's roughly done down the middle. So let's just... So this is... Right, this is going to be 0. Oh, damn it. Picked up this other actor, which I believe is the... Shoo. Okay, so that's roughly going to be the water. So that's layer 0. That's roughly going to be the first layer of beach. So layer 1, which it already is. This next area is meant to be quite big. So layer 2. This next area is roughly going to be layer 3. This area is roughly going to be at layer 4. I'm going to have the bottom of the map be level 3 again. Bottom left hand corner. Okay, there's going to be issues with what I've just done, but they should be a lot easier to fix than trying to do everything one by one. Okay, so what we have here is a thin layer that got missed, the ones that got away. Needs to go to 3. Okay, that's looking much better. Just have a quick scout for errors. So work my way up the map. So obviously a load there in the back area, but I'll just grab them all in one go by flying through the map and going, aha, errors. Then just grabbing them. Okay. 4. Okay, and then stuff at the back here needs to be layer 5 really. Make it unwalkable. Mind the gap. Please mind the gap. Okay, obviously there's a lot of work to do here still in these edges, but we've got a rough setup now. And I wanted for this 4, hang on, I'll do this now. I wanted that to push quite far towards the front. Fourth layer. So Probably all the way up to there, actually. That means I'm gonna have to step down on the layers as we go. So, for example, then a set of layers here. I think if I hold shift, yeah, that was me tip. Add small amounts in at a time. So yeah, I'll fine tune a lot of these. This should be an interesting map. Okay. Right, so these need to be 3, and we need at least one layer of 3 right at the edge here. Maybe straying out a little bit, just to look a bit more dynamic. Then, obviously, we do need to step down. So a layer of 2 next to that. I think this outcrop at the edge is going to be rocky rather than sandy. I think that'll look best. Like there's a bit of rock extending out into the sea. Two. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. My music's ended, so I need more. Obviously, I'm going to need to set ramps to for going up and down these sections. Don't want too many ramps though. Oop. Just spam emails. Right, so that's layer 2. Yeah, that's the full step down, right? Mm-hmm. So then we need the edge of the map. to be the level 5 again, like we talked about earlier. So that's going to be the inaccessible sections. Which is going to back out onto like a terrain which won't be walkable on. But it'll just mark the edge of the map. This is nice. It's nice and easy. God, what a difference from the start of this session, eh? Oh, damn it, I've selected the sky sphere. Oh, it's a way of deselecting. This is a question that I need answering now before I make any more mistakes. I know there's a way of doing it. Thank goodness for that. Oh. Becoming a master at selecting things now. There probably is, yeah. There probably is. Let's have a look, shall we? I've never needed to do such accurate selecting before. I wonder if just making it invisible works. If I do it now, for example, if I make a selection like there, which would have definitely encompassed the sky. Yeah, it looks like we're fine. Just hiding it's done the job. Thanks, Crimson. See you later. Thanks for joining us. Right, I want this area in the corner to be So it kind of like swings or curves around like a corner. Obviously, we've got a lot of detail to put on this map yet. And this texture here is just one of... you saw how many they were from the screenshots. There's like 6 or 7 different beach style textures, like rocky to... there's all sorts. I'm just gonna create some shapes. Actually, I think that can go down to 3. A little outlying islands like that, there's no problem with that. As long as we make them look right. Level design is nothing to be taken lightly. It's not a quick process. And this isn't even counting all the hours we've put into actually coming up with the concepts for the levels. Yeah, you can have that. I mean, the game's going to work. The game works with the nav mesh. If an ant leaves the nav mesh, it should die. So it shouldn't be possible for something to end up down there. Even if something gets thrown, it should always be thrown onto a point on the nav mesh that it can actually walk out of. There's a nav mesh commands in Unreal, which is good, which are target a point on the nav mesh which is reachable, and that's going to be really important in this, I think. We're actually investigating methods of walking, and we think we've got one that gives us a load of extra FPS. Because Unreal Engine's it's obviously Epic's baby, and Epic have a MOBA out there, Paragon, and the walking they use in that is something called nav mesh walking. Or the movement code, which essentially ignores static objects, so things can technically walk through static objects, but they can only walk on the nav mesh, so they're always on the nav mesh. So as long as your nav mesh doesn't go through static objects, which it shouldn't do, it massively increases the performance. Like in the tests, Matt was getting a jump from something like 96 FPS to about 126. So it was a significant jump in performance. But we don't think we're going to be able to implement it. Certainly not in time for EGX Rezzed. It might be something later, because the current movement does actually work. Bit of land sculpting here. Damn it. Yeah, I actually want this second layer here to be smaller by comparison to the other ones. I intend to put the second colony's hole on this layer here. So I want to give that's going to be 2. Technically, when we have things like the wood ants in, you should be able to position creatures on top of a cliff, and if they are within range of something that's being gathered below, the ranged ones will be able to get to them. Excited for getting stuff like that in. Yep, let it save. I don't want to lose my progress at the minute. I think we lost a fan on Stomp, by the way. He said he's an arachnophobe and asked me to include spiders. That's what them smell. Yeah. I was debating having an arachnophobic mode in there. It's a funny one, really. Because people, it's a genuine fear. People are petrified of them. And what, replace them for something cuddly. Yeah. Although some people, it is just spiders, so yeah, it might be possible to do something. I don't know. It might look really stupid if you activate it. Like, just replace them. I mean, you could. Maybe it just removes them and replaces them for something else. But there's going to be scary moments in EOTU anyway. There's definitely going to be scary moments. I think the way we have to work with these, or the way it will work at least, it's not it's not I don't want the player to be right in the corner. Maybe here. The way Matt's making these is the ants will actually walk into the tunnels now before they go underground. But obviously I need to lower the tiles in the area that the tunnel is sitting on. I'm not quite sure what the best way of doing that is. They don't have to look right. Oh, preview. What's that even mean? Means the lighting hasn't been built, I think. But they only have to go down by 1, right? So if I... Well, it's worked on one of them. One hole looking roughly right. If I go underneath and start selecting them, I can't see them because there's no faces to select. It's a little bit awkward. Let's just move it to the side for a moment. Knock them down to 3. There we go. Literally just put 2D smiley face over it. Yeah, might work. Does anyone else see a surprise face in the nest exit? Surprised? Oh. A surprised face. It's shocked at the amazing progress we've made. That's what's going on. Just a weird squiggle there, but I think it's just because the light's hitting it in that area. Looks like letters. Let's click it to make sure it isn't letters. Yeah, it's fine. Right. Let's carry on. Matt explained to me how to paint the textures on things. I need to bring the other... Oh, this camera's too slow again. I need to bring the other tunnel exit for the computer. Right, so... Actually, you know what I can do? Damn it. It seems to only do the visible ones. Sod it. Oh, see that? Cheeky tiles. Why are those tiles change their texture? Is it something I missed from earlier? Can't be. Oh, it's done it on all... Oh, the edge tiles are a different sand texture. It's alright. That should all be fixed when I'm actually painting stuff. I don't think I need this. I'll show you painting stuff next, I guess. Thanks. Yeah, Matt's done a really good job on all these objects. This is just a very plain area. There's a lot left to do on this level. Right. Come with me, a great sea. It's going mad because this object is affecting navigation. So everything I do to it, I'm guessing I want to set the water size here. Water scale. I wonder what that is. So many values. If I increase the water, yeah, that is what I was looking for. Cool. If you're wondering why I'm making the water cover the whole map like this, there's a clue in the name of the map. Right. Okay. I think that should be pebbly stuff. Before I bring on too many objects, I should start painting the map. But before I do that, I should finish the I should finish shaping it. So back to what I was doing. I've apparently selected something I shouldn't have done. Oh no, no I haven't. No, I haven't. This map's unfortunately not going to be playable today to any extent because there's a couple of bugs I've got to fix, which cropped up earlier actually. I had a quick look at them and thought I'm not going to fix these on stream. No, actually, I think I want that one. I need to have some areas for the ramps to go up. Okay, there's a gameplay consideration with these ramps, which I'm not fully happy with what we've got at the minute. And that's the ramps essentially cause multiple routes around, right? So if I've got, for example, a ramp here and a ramp here, so ramp down there, and a ramp coming from here, an ant coming from here, aiming for this point here, could either go left or right, and the player hasn't really got much control over that other than which side they put the marker. Yeah. So basically, I mean, it creates bottlenecks. Yeah. I don't think that's so much of a problem, because there'll be lots of creatures that can sort of break bottlenecks, like range stuff and jumpers and stuff like that. But it's more the... For example, if there was a ramp here right next to the enemy base, and you wanted to gather some food down here, so you want them to go from your base down here, gather the food, and then go back up. But because of the shortest route, they might go right past the enemy base. It's not an easy one to solve. We've discussed the possibility of like having a double waypoint. So like, well, some units will be able to jump. I mean, technically, an ant should be able to climb it, but we're blocking that. I mean, giant units should probably be able to transcend. I still haven't solved that one, because they won't be using the nav mesh in the same way. To be honest, giant units should probably be on a whole movement of their own. Let's save it anyway. Yeah, maybe it's an ability that some creatures have. We'll see. It's going to require experimentation. Progress requires experimentation. Can't remember what that's from. Ah, good to have you with us, Johnny. Yeah, it's been a while. I remember you from before. It has been a while. Right. I'm going to attempt some painting now, I think. Maybe I should put the ramps on. Okay. Let's see what ramps we've got available. Yeah, we're doing okay today on IndieDB, I think. Not sure if the ramps would be in here. Let's just check for it in. Right, okay. Thick ramp, thin ramp. Radial ramp. What's a radial ramp? I don't like the look of that. I think that's a material. Yeah, it's a material. Thick ramp and a thin ramp. Right, that's not got its material applied. That's it. Okay, so I'm assuming this slots in somewhere. Look at the thick ramp as well. We need to make blueprints for these, really. Radial ramp, maybe? God, it looks invisible. Oh, it looks like the... That just looks weird. The material-wise, it works. But yeah, it just does look weird. I think I'll ask Matt to make me a few more sizes of ramp when he's got time. I'm assuming we're in the ground. No, we're not. This is the first time I've actually used the ramps. To be honest, I should probably contact Matt. Make sure I'm doing this right. I suspect they're designed to go against a certain type of... Snap to the grid. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, tiles have a function on them called randomly perturbated. Yeah. Before I change anything to do with tiles, I always make a save. I feel most ramps should be 2 tiles thick. Well, we've got the possibility though of having really long ones, right? So, for example, you could have one that was just huge. That's it. That's quite cool. Although completely impractical. Right. Turn the random perturbations off. Align the ramp. Still doesn't look quite right. That might just be to do with the tile painting though. I mean, hang on. Just test this. Okay, so I've got some stupid size brush there. Yeah, you've got a good point there. Very good point there, Mike. I'll worry about it once I've figured out how I'm dealing with how to deal with the ramps. 'Cause this isn't quite right. Unless what I'm meant to do, which might be the case, is to like stick something out like that and put the ramp around it. Just gonna keep testing this. Right, okay. We're getting there with this. You're gonna have to bear with me here because I'm learning. This is a very new component in the game. So there's always one, isn't there? Always one bloody tile that messes it up for the rest of us. That one's definitely winning. There's the Z battle. That tile really does not want to be denied. We got an issue with that tile there. Really does not like it. If I lower more of them. This is probably just asking for trouble, to be honest. Yeah. Doesn't matter what I do. I'm just making it worse. Right, I'll investigate in the meantime. I'm not going to spend all day moving a ramp backwards and forwards. It doesn't look so bad. There is a... Oh, it's just driving me nuts that I can say... Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It works. Stop being a perfectionist. Okay, there we go. We've got a ramp. We got some sort of ramp. On the go. Get rid of that one for now. Yeah. Have a little one. Hang on. Material. Yeah, I'm it's interesting when you spend your life moving a ramp backwards and forwards. It's an interesting use of your life. Cool. Looks alright, that, I think. It's difficult to tell because it's in the dark. But it's in the dark, so who cares? No one can see the dark. Right, I need to put a few more ramps on. I'll spend the rest of my day moving ramps if it kills me. Right, I don't want access here because I want the computer player to have an area that is not for the player. It's not for you. Yeah, let me just shift some of these back. This looks a bit straight to me. I'm not happy with it. Shift it. Are there planned to be lots of different surface landscapes, different missions on? Yeah, this is the beach one. This is the one that most work's gone into at the moment. Only kind of preliminary work's gone into others. The first, I can tell you, the first three we're going to work on is beach, boreal forest, and jungle. Okay, save. Haven't saved in a while. Always save. Never don't save. Yeah, Mike can speak for us. He knows more than he lets on. But no, Mike's got access to a lot of our internal discussions. What is that? Stupid thing. It's just like the tile juts out. Oh, I know what it is. It's the random perturbations. Right. Shift that a couple over there. Click on these. Remove their randomness. Put it back. Right, how are we doing? I need to come up with a better way of putting these ramps in. Something a bit quicker. I don't think I turned off the random perturbations around this ramp, so let me... No, they're all still randomly perturbated. There we are. That's good, that's good. Okay. I think I'm going to put another ramp in here. Just a big one again. Over you come, big ramp. It's already quite well established there. One of the things we'd love to add to this game is a level editor. That would be amazing, but it's definitely not going to be in the first release. Because as you can see, a level editor would require a lot of tools to be made. Stuff that make things easier and mean it's less likely to break. Right, I'll be back in a second. Ooh, God, the screen went crazy then. It's just whilst I was making Mike a mod. Okay, back in a second. Mike will answer all your questions until then. Until then, you can look at this amazing selection of textures. No, it's not. Click anything. Right, back in a second. Right. Where are we? Right, I need to add some ramps down onto this final level. Then I'm done with ramps for now, and we can actually get to painting stuff and decorating. Looking forward to that. Right, come with me, ramp. I want to give the computer colony nice, easy access to the really strong resources on the bottom level. Right, let's get rid of the random perturbation on those tiles. Bring this down to ground level. Needs to go a bit deeper, I think. We must go deeper. Yeah. That should be fine, right? Looks fine to me. I'm just gonna knock those two tiles back a bit. Oops, wrong direction. Just because that's a very tight gap there. Tight like a tiger. Okay, so that's giving the computer some nice easy access. I'm going to create a couple of little ramps as well. Just in generic positions. I'm not 30 already, am I? Damn it, I'm past 30. And I still haven't finished this game about ants. Oh, never remind me of my age. I'm still 18, surely. Surely. Yeah, they're hugely diverse. That's why they make such a great topic for a game. I think just another small ramp. That's probably about right. Right? Maybe. Who knows? Who cares? It's going well. It's going well. Looks good that side. Looks good that side as well, I think. Just need to deal with the random perturbations. Doesn't quite look like it matches there. Kind of position this ramp slightly funny. I think we look. I think it's all right, isn't it? Yeah, looks fine. Right. Okay, so that's as far as we're going with the ramps. There's two from the top level, which is where the player's colony is. 2 from the second level? Yeah, 2 second level, then 3 on the bottom level. It should be enough for now. If I have a look at the water... Okay, we're starting to look a little bit more right. As Mike pointed out earlier, the texture on the sand does seem like it needs to be pointing the other direction if the water's over here. So we'll mention that. To Matt at some point, but not right now. Okay. Just flying around the place here. Okay, let's get painting. I think I can get painting because I've pretty much locked in the tile positions in this. Now, I can make painting a lot easier for myself by now turning all of these tiles into one single mesh. However, there's no going back if I do that, so I think I'm just going to leave life a little bit difficult, so I've got the option to go back. Most likely start with an underground colony and venture to the surface for more resources. In fact, John can possibly show the surface and underground exist in the same level. Yeah, if I press... Hang on. There's currently a bug that's stopping my ants being able to place eggs. However, I can begin with my entrance open. So this is the underground section. It looks very bright, but it won't when the game's running. It's just because the sunlight from the above ground. But the above ground is going to be a little bit messed up at the minute. In fact, it might even crash. Who knows? No, looks like we're fine. So yeah, this is the underground. And yeah, okay. So that's. Okay, so obviously the surface isn't working because this is just yeah, this isn't the tile grid that I've been working on. I shifted that further up, but yeah, you can see there's the surface there and the underground here. And that's the idea, is that creatures leave for the surface, and then they come out through the hole, which is here. They'll climb out of the holes. Anyway, getting to painting now. Yeah, they're separate grids, but you can see the underground's over there somewhere. They exist within the same level. Yeah, too many maps. Right. So, yeah, painting. Right, I can only paint on actors that I have selected. So, for example... well, I need to... Let's get rid of the water first. I need to select a whole area. Right, so that'll allow me to paint on top of any of these tiles. I need to play with the strength and fall off. Matt suggested me a 0.8 fall off. I'm not sure on the strength. I'm not sure exactly what it's going to do. Okay, you can see there I'm painting like one sandy texture on top of the other, and they're blending into each other. But I want to go up here. I wanted it to be rocky. Let me just have a look to see what we've got available. Okay, so that's a basic rock there. That's the kind of mossy rock that we've got. See, I want this to be kind of a rocky outcrop on the beach. So I think 1 and 2 are my rocky areas. 3 appears to be one type of sand. 4 appears to be the other type of sand. And 5 is, I guess this is really coarse sand. I'm going to select a few more actors. Right. As I do this, keep in mind that art is not my area, and Matt is going to... Everything that I do, artistically, Matt is going to come back and fix. Because art is very much Matt's area. Don't need the... No, that's coarse sand. This area is going to be rocky. Because I've got quite a few actors selected is why it's going jumpy. If I do that, yeah, that should blend in seamlessly with the walls. I want this side to look properly inaccessible because this layer is not going to be accessible. Don't quote that film, Mike. You're punished for quoting episode... Is that Attack of the Clones? I'll unmod you. Right. It's going alright, isn't it? I think this whole area should be a rock texture. So I should probably go over it with the less rocky rock first and then take a pass with the more rocky stuff. That's still quite rocky. That's still quite a rocky rock, I think. Paint the floor, la 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 la. How far back do I want it to be rocky? Probably cut off there. Maybe do like a sweeping cut off around there. Oh, keep painting the floor. No time for a break. Paint the floor, paint the floor. Looking forward to taking this game to EGX. It's nice taking a game to a show because you get you see people playing it full on, and people are usually really nice at shows. Genuinely interested in your work. You get like real-time feedback on it all. How much of this do I want to be rocky? Right. I'll make this section rocky as well. I'm going to come back over this with the other rock brush as well. But I think the area below should probably be sandy, or at least quite sandy. So the next demo will just be bug fixes. Is there a rough timeline for the beta test? Get their hands on. See, there is actually a rough timeline, but we haven't announced it yet. I'm not good. I can't give the information away here. Plus, we're careful with. We've been trying to be careful with giving out dates for things, because until we're absolutely sure we can meet something, it just annoys people if you tell them a date and then you don't stick to it. I mean, we've already had to push back from like Kickstarter, right? So yeah, we're being careful with it, but we will be talking about that soonish. Just thought you'd try. Yeah, can't blame you for trying. Okay. It's kind of like slightly mossy rock. Paint the rock with rock. Beta tested lots of games, so I know the process and the reason behind not giving hard dates. Something. I appreciate it. I'm really excited to. I really want to get this game out to people, but you've got to hold back. Things have to be right. That's why I'm excited about EGX, because we get to show people the game and see real reactions to them but in a kind of controlled environment. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's London, United Kingdom. Yeah, unfortunately, we can only take the game to events near us at the moment. We don't have the money to take it over to America. Lots of other developer friends of ours are talking about, because it's just been GDC in Los Angeles, but then there's what's the one that's happening soon? PAX East. Is in Boston, is it? I think it might be. Which is, it's obviously a lot closer to your way, but no, we can't get to the American events. We're on such a tight budget. Certainly, not until we're selling the game. Like, we were talking about visiting GDC in Germany, but we probably wouldn't be able to show the game there because, again, it's really expensive for a booth there. But we do the UK. We do UK events when we can. Right, I think I need to move along to this section, so let's... that probably needs a bit more work, but does look like a rocky outcrop. It probably needs quite a few stones and things putting into it. But yeah, let's select the next area to work on. This is going to be kind of the transitional area where it transitions from rock to sand. But at all of these like cliff edges, I want to put a little bit of rock next to it. Just because the cliffs are rocky and it kind of looks more natural to have it kind of fade off rather than suddenly disappear. Also on the top here, I want that to be extremely rocky. Because that's inaccessible. I want it to feel inaccessible. That's going to look harsh. I'll deal with it when I get over there. So yeah, this area, I want sand to start reappearing in this area. So I'm going to make a bigger brush again and go over it with this, but I'm going to leave some patches. In fact, it's probably best that I draw the sand on again afterwards. So I make it without the patches and then draw the sand on top of it. That'll probably look best. So what I'm going to want here is kind of a bit of fall off. So probably want a bigger brush. Does a bigger... What does a bigger fall off do? So if I do 2 as... Oh no, 1's maximum. I wonder what that means. What's a really small fall off do? Does that make the edge really quite harsh? Yeah. Yeah, I want... What's a strong brush do? Experimentation. I say art's not really my area, but level design is, and a small team needs must. Trying to be subtle with texturing. You want low flow with the feather fall off. Most feather fall off you can. So probably a high fall off then. It's a little bit awkward because my clicks are kind of not instant. It's because of the amount of actors I've got selected. It's alright. Matt's got my back. When I completely mess this up, he'll come in and save me. Martha the fish. I'm sure it will be. There's a whole, that fish has got a whole backstory. With its whole life when it was fighting with the gull. Well, it wasn't fighting, it was grabbed by a gull. And the gull was fighting another gull. She dropped the fish. It's a beautiful backstory. Right, I need to put a bit more of this stuff on, just to vary things up a bit, I think. I'm not going to spend too long doing this because, like I say, Matt's got my back. I am going to spend too long doing this. I'm totally going to spend too long doing this. To be fair, it's quite fun. Just painting rocks on. How do you spend your Thursday, John? Oh, it's painting rocks. Painting rocks. My job. My job to paint rocks. Right. I'm just going to go around the back and paint all the stuff at the back with the rock texture now. I've become a master of selection in this game. Sort out that harsh texture. But I intend all this back rock to be the extreme rock colour. Oop. Missed some tiles there. Right. Next ones. That's better. Ooh. Missed a few there. Strange. Watch that. This is the game I play called The Long Dark. Oh yeah, I like The Long Dark. There's a wolf that can sometimes be found in a building that the community effectively named Fluffy. It's funny. Funny how it comes to stick. Yeah. No, I really like The Long Dark. I've been waiting for the story mode for ages though. I played it like ages ago when I bought it. I haven't touched any of the new updates because the next time I play it I want to be I want to experience the story with all the new additions because I think it'll feel like a new game if I leave it. So I really did like it. It's got a nice feeling to it, does The Long Dark. The cold kind of survival. Because they were meant to be doing the story in episodic. It's been so long now. I'm wondering if we're ever going to see it. You got to be patient with these sort of things, though. Shh, shush, Mike. I really do hope it survives to. What worries me with these sort of games is I have a fear that they'll die in the meantime. Damn it, I've selected. I need to deselect that actor. Oh. There we are. Back to painting. They posted an update a couple of months ago when they were concentrating on story this year. I believe it's supposed to be out by fall. Don't quote me. If you enjoy open survival, then check out Subnautica. I was very interested in Subnautica. Never got around to buying it. Is it? Damn it. Hang on one sec. Can you give me a second? Need to concentrate on dealing with this because I've just caused a graphical failure. You know what? Sod off. Yeah. Now it looks like I put a stencil down and spray painted it. It's essentially, I guess, what I've done. It's early, yeah, Subnautica's at early access, isn't it? Maybe we should give it a go. Yeah, it's true. I do wonder how well Empires the Undergrowth is going to be as a stream game. To be fair, I think it works pretty well. The YouTubers certainly seem to like it. I think it's because the game gives you time to think. So YouTubers do a lot of talking, obviously. And if the game's not ridiculously intense, it allows them to talk to people. So I was loving the tacos was on Twitch with it last night. It's strange to watch someone playing your game, especially when it's live. Watch what they do, watch the mistakes they make. It's important as well because you learn where you need to improve. Look at that. That looks alright. To be fair, it does connect fairly well with the floor anyway. Whew. I think that's rock painting done in this area. Look at that. Annoying. Oh yeah. What was he called? He was very enthusiastic about it. Oh, what am I doing? What is that? Just pushing that back a bit. Nothing to see here. Seamless. Well, I can't actually move it any further than that. Damn it. Oh, sod it. Too big. I need to work out the ideal shape to... Oh. Huh? Uh-huh. Huh? Is that hole just a placeholder? It's being updated at the moment. This is an updated version of it. But the idea is that there's this kind of an area underneath, and the ants will, when they come to the surface, they'll appear in this kind of bucket area here, and then just come out, then work their way out the holes. But that's roughly how they'll work. Yeah, it will serve up. But this is the it's the ant hill, the entrance to your base, and the ants will appear. Oh, if I slow the camera down, I can do this. God, it's dark in here. Oh, preview. I mean, the hole under the hole art, the depression in the ground. I think this is roughly how it's going to look on the surface, on the beach. Obviously, it'll be different on each area. At the moment, it looks quite harsh because the way the light's falling on it. But that's because the light's over there. I need to move the level back over there. You can see better into the holes. Right, okay. Next is to do a bit of a sand pass, I think. So, select huge swaths of sand. That's not what I meant. Oh, that's the harsh sand, isn't it? These are the it's a little awkward to do this because it's yellow and the borders of the things are yellow. Oops. Next chunk of sand. Very subtle difference between these two types of sand. It needs quite a few things. There's lots of stuff we've got yet to do to this level. So we've got all the grass textures, the little plant things, the small stones that we scatter around the place. There's still quite a bit to do on the level. Although a lot of that I might leave to Matt because I'm nice like that. These edges of tiles need to be looked at as well. All of them. So much artwork to do just for a single level. Because even with everything already made, there's so much work to do. Yeah, it is nice. Right, okay, carrying on. I'm guessing I need to focus on these areas now. The areas where there's sort of a connection. So if I do that, I can probably be a bit more gung-ho about this. I'm not sure how painting works with the ramps. Not sure if I should try it. Maybe I should. No, it doesn't like the ramps can be painted. Either that or I was just painting them with the same texture. I think I turned the strength down quite dramatically at some point during this painting. Yeah, they need to obviously. But I think the tops of these needs to be the wavy sand texture, specifically where it connects. If it's not rock, that is. If it's rock, obviously, it doesn't matter, it's rock. Rock is rock. Okay. Oh, damn it. Still need to do the underground for this section as well. That's the thing. The underground section still has to be interesting on maps with a large overground. Maybe not quite as interesting as it was before, but it still needs to be interesting. You still need stuff going on, some creatures to start your colony off with, some things you encounter under there that make it worth exploring. Why is it Europe too? Yes, there totally will be tiger beetles. Lots of them. Not quite sure how they should behave yet. I mean, they could just wander randomly, but I think that would be a bit much, because you might end up with one right on your tunnel entrance. So I think what they really should do is wander within a certain kind of radius of a wander area. Because they're tougher, the tiger beetles. Well, they're tough at the start. To be honest, but by the time you're properly taking on the surface, you should have hundreds of ants. If you've only got 20 ants and you're walking across the surface and a tiger beetle kills you, it's your own bloody fault. The bug with the white wings was a nasty. Yeah. Yeah. That's the beach tiger beetle. It is a nasty bugger. But with the surface being so much bigger than the underground, I mean, this is massive compared to any underground we've ever made. And we've also got the undergrounds. There should be plenty of room for them to exist and for the player to avoid them until they want to take them on. Well, unless we decide we want to attack the player, which we will from time to time. Cool. Right, I want to select chunks of this and I want to just bring that wavy texture into this because it was looking a bit fake over there on its own. I want this to be quite a lot of grass up at the top here as well, because it's like further into the beach. Put a couple of bits of that kind of harsher sand. Not that much though. Oh, damn it. I need to really lower the strength of the harsh sand. I should write my name in it. Write my name in the sand. Kind of a patch of the sand around here. It's got a bit too harsh in some of those areas, so let's just dampen it off a bit. Some of the other sand. There we go. Still looks a bit too harsh. Kind of a bit of it just needs to be fiddly. He's back! Yes! It's the first person to speak in the chat today, and he's back. And I still can't pronounce his name. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock at the moment. I'm just gonna get myself a coffee, so I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. I think this is starting to come together now. It's starting to actually look like something. I'll save it before I go though, because I don't want to lose everything I've done. Oh, I need my mug. where was I? Supporting Kickstarter. How do we get the backers down there? Yeah, that's the system at the moment. We're actually looking at distributing it soon, though. Via like another online system. We were looking at Itch.io. I think Itch.io is quite good. Then we can give like people keys for the backers demo on Itch.io. I do actually need to spend some time over the next couple of days looking into that and distribution methods. I was going through Steam the other day and all its back-end systems. It's actually quite a lot to learn to get a build up on Steam. I think our thought process is when we do run the beta, we'll be running that through Steam. And basically, beta backers will get the... By the way, can we buy the game from Steam currently, or is it just in the greenlight right now? It's being greenlit, but we haven't uploaded a build, so you can't... And we haven't set up the store page, so you can't buy the game from Steam yet. But you will be able to at some point. We'll make a song and a dance about it when we do get it, when we do get the store page up on Steam. It's like priorities, trying to work out what to do next. Should we be focusing on getting a build on Steam? Should we be focusing on making the surface work better? There is so much to do when you're releasing a game. I need to do this next level of, yeah, I do. Either stone or sand. So I actually have Empires of the Undergrowth in my Steam games. Obviously because I'm a developer. But there's nothing there. If I click install, it installs nothing. That's the wrong texture. That one. Oh, it looks like I can put whatever texture I want on top of the rock. That's good. As long as I fix it along the line. That needs to be. I just think you can't automatically expect it to be right. I need to make it. I need to be a little bit less subtle than that. That look right? No. I think I've gone too subtle. There. Yeah, that's right. But I believe I should just be able to do it with this one, for example, if I wanted. Yeah, that does work. Yeah, there. Have you look on Steam, install Empires of the Undergrowth. But yeah, that does absolutely nothing. That's fine. Connection's fine. It's so easy to miss though on this. To miss a connection between two tiles. I think on the bottom level it should be mostly the kind of ripply one. Ah, right, the ramp texture is specific. So because of that, I need to just make the ramp connect with one of those textures. That should be fine. Seamless. Although that does look a bit weird, so I'm gonna extend it out a bit. Still there. areas that I've missed. I swear I went over all of these, you know. Clearly not. Don't like the look of that. There we go. Cool. I wonder what happens if I just select absolutely loads of them. Is this a problem? Can I just quickly whiz round? Doesn't look like it's a problem. It's a bit jerky, but... I need to check all the ramps, actually. I think I'll go around putting some more rocky stuff on after I've made sure that everything's got the very base level of stuff sorted, so there's no graphical problems. I can start making things look a bit more interesting then. For example, there. Just a massive graphical problem. I thought I'd just been over all of this. Maybe my brush isn't harsh enough. Yeah, I should probably make the brush stronger. Yeah, that deals with it. Okay, so again on this next level, if I just go for it to clear it up to start with. It's so hard to see when it's sand being run on sand. How did that go? Yeah, it seems to have done it. Smoothed out the edges. That's good. That's good. Huge amounts of sand. It's alright. As long as I get rid of the really harsh bits. I'm not too bothered as long as the really harsh bits have gone. Then I can worry about prettying it up. Whew. Yeah, I will do. I want the upper area to be quite grassy. Like the further away from the sea it is, the more grassy I'd like it to be. But first I need to fix the sand. I've been fixing sand for ages. Painting started off as a fun task. Tasks can't remain fun forever, unfortunately. Now there's just a lot of it left to do. Okay, it's going well. I actually want the majority of this section to be this current brush that I have. I just got to watch brushing right at the edge because it'll end up harsh if I'm not careful. How are we doing? Yeah, you can really see where my brush has been. Thankfully this task doesn't need to be done particularly accurately. You know what, little patches of that actually look quite good. All right. Save. As I said before, Matt's going to take an extra artistic pass at this. So I'm going to have a look at foliage next. Foliage, I hear you cry. Yeah, before I do that though, I'm going to put this back. I moved it out here so I wouldn't interact with other things. The time has come to put it back. So the overground tile grid. What else is here? I think it's just this in the two holes. I don't think anything else is here. Ramps. I need to select everything. I will get it to select everything, I will. Nope. You can't really select the grid though. it deselects everything when I select the grid. Right. I think the way I'm going to have to do it is actually by selecting the ramps individually. Really, I shouldn't have shifted it. I should have just made everything invisible, which is what I ended up doing anyway. I think where else there's 3 ramps onto the final area, isn't there? Okay, that should be everything. I'll move the water separately. God, this feels clunky. The engine's currently trying to move a lot of actors. Right, where's the sky gone again? Right. Oi. Okay, that feels weird. If I double click it, I'll zoom out to it. Of course they did. Right. Oh, you bastard. These ramps aren't connecting at all. Don't need it that big. Don't even need it that big. Oh, this is strength, damn it. Need it quite strong. It's the radius I don't need. Okay, so how's navigation looking? Pretty good. Not quite sure what that is. But the navigation's gone mad. They won't even... That's not even an accessible area. Oh, let's get the water back. That's it, rebuilding the navigation there. However, our nav mesh needs to come right a bit. Slightly more than that. That looks right. So yeah, you can see it rebuilding the navigation there. But yeah, you can see the ramps are working well. That it sees the navigation working on the ramps. It sees the I probably better let it do its thing, to be honest. Should be able to make that invisible, to be fair. Yeah, well, it should be alright anyway. But yeah, I think there's a setting that locks nav mesh. The only thing that should ever affect nav mesh from its original state is the is digging out an underground tile. That's the only thing in the whole game that should do it. And then it's very localized change. What's that? What is that? It's messed up a bit in a couple of places. I'll get Matt to look at it. He needs to. This will be to do with the objects. But no, it has messed up a bit in a couple of places there. And it's important that it isn't messed up. Because things will only be able to walk on the nav mesh. If something sees something like that, it might try and walk up there, but it won't be able to. So now I need to show this to Matt. But for the most part, it's worked out pretty well. I mean, theoretically, now there's a nav mesh up there. I should just be able to throw some creatures out there. So, sorry. Some of our favourites. Get a real sense of scale when I start putting these on. He's got stuck on the edge of the ramp there. It's a nav mesh issue. Yeah, Matt was warning me about this. He says right at this moment they won't be able to use the ramps. I think he's working on it today. Still think they can use them, but they won't be able to. Stupid beetles. As you can see, the holes are a bit brighter now. It's because it's mine. Because it's my hole, they just go down like normal. But if I right click on someone else's, it goes down into the center. And the idea is that we'll put something else more graphical on there as well to make it obvious, like a big green down arrow or something. But if I've selected an enemy's hole, that's telling my ants to attack that colony. Currently these objects are not walkable either. Again, Matt's working on that at the moment. Right, I'm going to toy about with the foliage brush for a little bit, and then I'm going to call it a day. And tomorrow we'll look at hopefully Matt will have sorted out a few of the issues with the ramps and the holes, and tomorrow we'll look at getting the ants on the surface. Yeah, this, as Mike says, this actually it's based on one of the planned levels. The idea being that we will be able to reuse the map, so this isn't going to be wasted effort just for EGX. The map's actually going to be used for one of the levels in the game. But it won't be released as a demo. It'll be released as part of the full game, because the surface is only going to be in the full game. Right, if I shove the terrain back on as well, the landscape, sorry. The landscape is used to define the edge of the map. In Arc, that's what we're using it for in the game. This is one that Matt built, but for this map it's going to have to be quite different. It's going to have to come up at the back here. Yeah, obviously there's still quite a lot of work to do. Ever see two tiger beetles fight? Oh. I'm bored. Come over here. You're going to fight. Stand still. Really wants to go that way. Yay, finally. That's actually a stun that's happening, but we haven't got the graphical effect on for it yet. Right. I'm going to turn the terrain off. Actually, I don't know if I should. I should possibly deal with the terrain next. I mean the landscape, sorry. To be fair, over this side of it, that actually should be lower. Yeah. That should possibly be taller than that. Yeah, that's not what I meant to do. Let's undo that. There we are. Right, so that's roughly the height I want it at. There we go. Still see it though. Maybe a little bit taller. Where's the edge of it? That's what I want. I need to check what the visual distance is. How far do I need to go with that? Ooh. Let's get this surface looking right. So, okay. Right, yeah, of course. The game's actually based on the edge of the terrain at the moment. It shouldn't be, but it is. Speak to Matt about that. In fact, I think I can fix that. It should be based on the edge of the tile grid rather than the edge of the terrain. The camera's limits. Obviously that's no good. That should cut off there somewhat. This area here should be rocks. Steep rocks. To the edge of the map here. Relatively steep rocks. It can flow slightly into the gameplay area. Visually that's fine. I could stop the navigation building. Because every little change I make here is... Oh, to be fair, you know what I can do? Seeing as I'm going to be doing this for a while, actually just shift the nav mesh. Go away, nav mesh. Oh, it's still building. I think in order to stop it building, I'm going to need to send it left or right, really. That should stop it. There we go. Whew! Stopped it churning through my processing power. Okay, yeah. So, just sculpting the edge of the map here. Right. I believe that should be that rock, really. I'm not sure how Matt's done it. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Right, yeah, there we are. That's the stones I'm after. Yeah, and then we've got the kind of rocky background that we've been going for. But I need to keep sculpting it. I think I do need a bigger brush. Wrong thing. Oh, hang on, that's me painting it. I want to sculpt it first. Finding that balance. I'm not sure whether I should really be allowing it to spill onto the play area like that, because then it will start affecting the navigation. It's a bit of a softer brush. Whew. Oh, well, the fine details take ages. Oh, these hills and things can be smoothed. Whew. Yeah, it looks a lot better when it gets the right texture on it. To make it blend in. Yeah, it's looking good. Right, that's going to take me a while. Okay, so whilst I'm offline, I'm going to be fixing a few things. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have the ramps working. We'll be able to see creatures and ants going up and down, and we should have the surface exits. Hopefully we'll have them running, but we'll see. And tomorrow we'll be putting a lot more of the details into the level. So, for example, the foliage. I'll be using the foliage brush to produce foliage on things. So there's various foliages here. Yeah, and we'll be painting them onto the environment tomorrow. But yeah, so we'll be adding things like the tall grass and the driftwood and interesting objects to make the level interesting. And then if we get time, we'll look at adding creatures, like enemy creatures, to the map, giving them kind of locations where they're hanging around, and food and things. Start to bring the map to life. But no, thanks for joining me today. Started off with a blank canvas and we've really got somewhere today, so that's great. Obviously there's still quite a way to go. We've still got to do the underground stuff as well, so we'll see where we get to. Alright, and I will see you next time. Maybe. I should be on tomorrow. Right, thanks for watching.